And everything's jacked now. See what this did to me. Yeah. We gotta start over. Do over. No fuel. Well. That the right one? £37.53. Something's not right. I'm going to have to cancel these. Damn it. Where's the fucking cancel at? Ah, there it is. Scoop this food up.
Transporter. Disembarkation in progress.
Let's get out of here.
Greetings from the tower. We have a number of passengers that need assistance to board. Please confirm you are ready to receive them. Transporter, boarding has started.
All right.
Transporter from dispatch. Good morning. The cargo mission will start as soon as you get in your aircraft and set the payload. Pilot from dispatch. The cargo door is open and the cargo is being transferred.
Everything is on board.
Are we all on board? No, that's not what I wanted.
You're good to go. Contact the tower for clearance.
Oh, are you shitting me?
Everything looks good from where I'm sitting. Taxi to the runway and take off.
Saggy nerds.
Pilot, have a nice flight.
I'm playing do-over. Had this nice flight I did. I was 3/4 of the way done. It was like a 200 and what is it? A 246 mile flight in the trusty DC-3, and we had a power outage. And away went the stream. She's heavy. I forgot to check the altimeter. What is our altimeter? Don't forget to top the hill. 299 Gears up. Flaps are up. Yes. But I haven't been current in decades. Nah, I'm doing simulation, man. You want to do that? You can play flight game on Xbox. Well, we can read between the lines here. Goodbye. Wow. Spread out. Is that you, saggy nards? What's up here to lose? There's a camera. I had a power failure earlier when I was doing this flight, so I had to start over again. That image going on right now. So Memphis is up. wonder I'm off course. Is my mic on? Copy, copy. This one too?
Sure is. It seems like it's on. The little meter thing's going up and down.
Interesting. Damn it. Where did I just click? I hate that. I go to click on something outside of Flight Sim, and whatever you just drug it over, that's the last thing. It like hangs there. The mouse hangs there. All right, we got our, maybe try to click something off that I had on it, put it back. Like, yeah. It comes off. Those aren't working. Volume? Oh, look at that.
that?
You fly IRL?
No.
How long have you been doing the math stuff for?
It should be like 5 years.
Damn. Do you enjoy it? Do you control it?
Yeah, it's pretty fun in here, yeah.
Memphis Center, Douglas 6-3, Charlie Bravo, VFR 6,500, about 30 miles southeast of Nashville, landing Marion, Illinois.
Number 63, Charlie Bravo, Memphis Center, let's go up 1,666.
Squawk 1666, 3 Charlie Bravo.
Delta 2505. Can I lift with cockpit to 10 minutes?
Delta 2505, Roger, let me know when you're back.
Thank you.
Number 63, Charlie Bravo, radar contact 28 miles southeast of Nashville, VOR. The Nashville altimeter is 299.2. And say again your destination?
299 on the altimeter, and we're landing Kilo Whiskey, or Kilo Mike Whiskey Alpha. It's Marion, Illinois.
Number 63, Charlie Bravo, Roger, maintain VFR.
3 Charlie Bravo, Roger, maintain VFR. Yeah, we tried this flight earlier, then we had a power failure.
I got it.
Yeah, we lost power. It was weird too. It was like brownout. So I'm back doing the same damn flight, man. I'm coming up over Nashville again, so you get 3/4 of the way through the flight, and then it's like, pew. And what was so weird about it was, I've got my overhead lights are LED lights, and they stayed. It was dimmed, but they were on. I'm like, what the hell's going on? This is weird. It's like they had capacitors or something, which they probably do have some capacitance to them. But they stayed on, but they were kind of doing this little flicker thing, and everything else, computers went down, and everything else was all goofy and stuff for the whole time. And when I took a voltmeter and checked the sockets, and we were getting, like, it was fluctuating between 0 and like 16 volts AC. So it was enough to just start the LED lights up in some places in the house, and then it'd go out. Refrigerators were freaking out. I unplugged one of them because it was having a fit. And but yeah, took it about an hour or so to come back on, and then I made some food and did some things, and then finally got back on. I was going to get back in, and I want to finish this flight, man. And I had to start all back over back at Chattanooga. So well, I've thought about it over time. Before we've thought I would get something. I wouldn't build one. I would get something off the shelf. And I was talking to my wife. I got
Walker 0241 Memphis Center, hello, Roger.
I've got in one of my retirement accounts, I've got some individual stocks in there, and I've got 4 or 5 shares of Generac. They're a generator maker. I always thought that because they had a rough year and a half ago or so, or 2 years ago, and their stock dropped. I'm like, they had that bad winter in Texas. I'm like, people are going to get pissed off. They're going to be buying generators. And then now they got more power outages down in Texas. And I'm like, just having that happen and having all the power go off, I'm like, it makes me want a whole house generator.
Memphis Center, hello, Walker 3182 with you, 250.
Walker 3182 Memphis Center, hello, Roger.
So I think people will be buying them. And look at this pitch we're getting. We're getting that rough air again. There's not even any mountains around me right now. So I mean, I fuck. Oh, Memphis is closing up shortly. I've looked into like the power walls.
33 X-ray, Houston Center should be going offline. Monitor Unicom 122.8. Bye-bye.
Alright, off to Unicom. Appreciate you. Have a good night. 33 X-ray.
You too.
In the past, I've looked at, like power walls.
Sure, Center will be closing in about 5 minutes.
Battery backups and things like that, what it would cost to, say, run a house versus if you had extended outages and things like that. But those can be really pricey. It'd be more affordable because I've got natural gas here, to get a generator with a natural on the natural full house generator on the natural gas line. Yeah, I mean, they need to, sort of. I mean, that's why he's put. That's why they, like Trump started those tariffs and Biden's continued them, which I think is because I think it's for different reasons. I think Biden's doing it because of the Taiwan issue, and where I think Trump was doing it for other reasons. But I mean, it's the same result. The problem is like it makes it expensive for people who want to do things. So, if you want to put solar on your house, the solar panels in China, I mean, they're just cranking them out, and they're cheap as dirt. So they're going to put tariffs on them to bring them up to the price of what the if the U.S. manufacturers get them going. To make it an equal playing ground here. So it hurts the consumer at the end of the line at the end of the day, because we can't buy cheap solar panels to put on our house. See, so I mean, you want to follow the money, you want to get conspiratorial, you want to follow the money. Energy companies, they probably don't like you putting solar on your house, because they don't get to sell you energy if you're taking some from the sun for free. So if China has really cheap solar panels that they're selling.
Delta 2505, closing shortly. Radio service terminated. Frequency change approved. Bye bye. JetBlue 6940, closing shortly. Radio service terminated. Frequency change approved. Bye bye. Mountain 9904, I'm closing now. Radio service terminated. Frequency change approved. Bye bye.
Have a good night, man. Over Unicom, Mountain 9904.
Number 63 Charlie Bravo, I'm closing. Radio service terminated. Scope VFR. Frequency change approved. Bye bye.
63 Charlie Bravo, Spoken VFR. Good night.
Walker, searching for you. One closing shortly. Radio service terminated. Frequency change approved. Bye bye.
What is the call? Red 1341, get that.
Walker 3182, monitor Unicom 122.8. Bye.
Unicom, limiter 130.
So anyway, the energy companies, right? They wield a lot of power.
Delta 2505, closing shortly. Monitor Unicom 122.8. Bye bye.
Unicom, thank you for DC. Have a good day. Bye.
Bye.
And so if they want solar to be expensive to keep people from doing it, then that could be a thing, right?
That's a conspiracy.
Yeah, electric car is not worth it for me. I mean, depending on in America, because we have such vast distances, that we commute. I mean, an electric car would work for like when I was working. It was. I lived like, I don't know, as a crow flies, 15 miles or so, but it was probably about 25 miles to work. And electric vehicle would be fine for that commute. Hell, you might be able to commute 2 days without recharging. But for the cost of an electric vehicle, you can buy a shit ton of gas. So, you know, I bought what was it, a $16,000 truck, you know, for an electric vehicle that's going to cost thirty to $40,000. Buy a $15,000 base model truck, I can buy a shit ton of gas with $15,000. Well, you get more, I think, because of the coal. Depending on the, it's kind of like that, you know, that the benefit of the consumption level. Now, that's one thing Tesla did, Elon did. You know, he's put and he's got the whole infrastructure. You know, where they built have built the infrastructure in. So there's charging stations, and the Teslas even have the road computers on it, which will tell you how far. You know, you want to plot a trip out. It'll say, okay, you need to charge here, you need to charge here if you're going to like drive across country or some shit. So that's kind of neat. It's very Edison-like. Like I said, I'm not against him, but it's not worth it for me. I'm at the socioeconomic level where it's pointless, you know, unless you want one because they are sporty, you know, so people like them because of the acceleration and stuff, and it's kind of cool. So, I mean, if you're going to spend it on you're going to buy a Corvette or a Tesla, you know, it's the same kind of thing. It's acceptable, but if you buy one and think you're saving money, I don't know. .6. So that one works. Oh, now it works. Sort of. It'll turn them off, but it won't turn them on. Some disconnect there with the Lua variables, I think. Yeah. What I think is more exciting is the concept, the idea that maybe we'll have electric pod cars eventually that are self-driving, because that's, you know, we talked about that before. That would be kind of cool. Yeah, see, that's just ridiculous. You can't. That's impossible. You can't do that. They're gonna try. It's like everyone's trying. Like, Canada was trying that shit too. It's like you can't do that in Canada. I mean, you probably have a hard time even up in Scotland, because Canada gets fucking cold. You know how good an EV card works in the fucking cold? It works like shit. And you got guys that got to drive like, you know, I know a guy that has to drive an hour and a half to go to work at a gold mine from where he lives. And in the wintertime, there's no EV that's going to make that trip. And there ain't no fucking charging stations. I think the technology will get there eventually for the cars. I would trust a you know, like those Dubai air taxis they have. Those basically they're drones. You know, with the I would trust the drones that can land vertically over pilotless aircraft. A plane that has to use a runway to land. But if you can hop from GPS location to GPS location, straight down, you know. The problem is you got to put your trust in the faith in the machinery that the engines keep moving, turning. No one will be able to afford electric cars to get rid of all the gas cars. It's ridiculous. I don't know how they think they can do that. It has to be, you can't force that shit, right? It has to be a natural market maneuver. It has to suit the consumer, right? Unless you're going to issue them, unless you're just going to print them off and you're going to issue them, go, here's your electric car. You know, you're going to give them away? Okay. Because here's the thing. Let's go back to early 1900s, right? When the automobiles started coming around. Late 1800s, early 1900s. You know, in late 1800s, they were a gimmick, right? You know, buy a horse, you know, breaking down the side of the road. And so as they worked on getting the internal combustion engine, you know, getting the bugs worked out and the transmissions and all the mechanics, you know, mechanical things and you know, oil quality and all that stuff that had to do with engines, you know, it was kind of a hobbyist, kind of a, you know, a high-end thing that you didn't do unless you had means, right? And then later on, Henry Ford comes along and goes, and they start becoming more, you know, people realize there's a benefit to owning a car over just a horse and wagon. You can get places quicker, and you don't have to feed the horse. And you know, they built the infrastructure with the gas stations and stuff. So that market became, you know, it was like, what was it, 1880, 1890? You look at the population of horses versus like, say, 1910, 1920. And then look at the, you know, there was an environmental, you know, there's a trade-off, right? But there was an environmental benefit, even though there was some environmental detriments to automobile. But you also didn't have, you know, 3 feet deep of horse shit in the wintertime in fucking New York City. So there's growing pains, you know. Cars were dirty when they started. You know, we used to have fucking leaded gasoline and shit. Do you know what the purpose of lead in gasoline was? It was lubrication for the valves, because where the metal would hit together and stuff, and it would cause damage. So by adding lead to the fuel, it lubricated that. Kind of like graphite, I guess. But it was lead, not pencil lead. So electric cars, right? Anything, there has to be if you're going to change consumers, what consumers buy, you have to make it affordable, and you have to make it make sense. And the problem is so much, and this is why everyone's so conspiracy minded, is there are some very heavy hitter, very, very powerful people and corporations that drive legislation, you know, paying off their politicians, putting them on boards and shit when they retire from politicking to get their business pushed into the public. I've had coffee. Uh, 313. Hmm. 110.4. This will be a while. What is the common traffic advisory frequency at our destination? Do they have a tower? There it is, 128.4. Yeah. Dude, I've been watching these, YouTube shorts and stuff, and I stumbled on it up in my feed. Was this gal who's got ADHD, diagnosed on medication and shit, but she's like going over all the ADHD brain things. She does these little shorts, and oh my god, it's like I feel seen. Just some of the topic. It's hilarious too. Really want to try and get 2 flights in. I had to do this one twice. I think I'm going to do another one after this. Trying to make that money. Make that money. No, there's no ATC on. There we are. 63 Charlie Bravo. I don't think it's that expensive, but I can't remember offhand. I can't see. You have to log into Flight Sim, go to the marketplace. I don't know, let's see. Let's see if I got a link here. Is it free? Maybe it's free. I can't remember. Fucking monitor, what are you doing? So it might be free. Maybe that's why it sucked out of the box. So evidently there's two mods out there. There's the DuckWorks and there's the McGouge mod. Let's see what it's saying. So it says McGouge is about the flight dynamic mostly. DuckWorks is not much about flight model currently, but is planning. So they keep updating. DuckWorks keeps updating their mod for it. I don't know. I jumped into Ford Tri-Motor the other day when I was I was messing around with my throttle quadrant, and I've flown it once before. It's kind of the one nice thing about it. It does have I think there's a switch somewhere in there where you can it has like modern avionics to a degree. So I looked at that, I was like, So it's got like old timey avionics and it's got like some modern avionics. Well, I mean, it depends on how modern you are. So, like, when I say modern, I'm talking like from the fucking 80s. I'm not talking like glass cockpit. I hate glass cockpits. I like steam gauges, but I like them a little more modern than this. Like, give me a fucking HSI. I mean, if I don't have an HSI, give me a a gyro, a heading gyro with a heading bug. That would be nice. Heading gyro with a heading bug. This is kind of like that, but it's a little old school wonky. But yeah, if I had a heading gyro with a heading bug, I would like that. And you can have two. Your VOR can be separate over here. That's fine. But I'd like to be able to fly on ILS with it. Preferably, I would love to have an HSI where it's all combined in there. But that's me. If you put a glass cockpit in it, fuck that. Get this shit out of there. Fucking Garmin 1000s or whatever. I'll accept a Garmin 530 just because I plan on building one. I mean, DC-3s are still flying, man. They're all over the place. A lot of people still have them for different things. So, and a lot of them, they had updated, their cockpits updated in 70s or 80s or whatever. The 747 never captured my imagination. Just because I don't know if it's because it's big and lumbering or whatever. I don't know. I mean, I suppose I could. But see, I'd fly DC-6. I used to have a 707 back with Flight Sim. I don't think we had it prepared, but we had Flight Sim 10. There was a 707 that I had. Captain Sim used to make a good C-130 back with Flight Sim 10. Back when they were a decent company, and now it's just they release airplanes that are just skins only and no cockpits. I'm like, what are you doing? And they charge like $30+ for it. It's like, what? Who's buying them? First of all. Oh, inertial nav system, yeah. No, it's not my way. Ask Airbus. It's like at 380. Eh. Although, again, you give me a 747 with a steam gauge cockpit, yeah, I'll fly it. I would prefer like 737-200, which I think somebody's working on. Milva's used to have one. That was fun. Although the cool thing, if you're going to build a cockpit at home, though, like a 737 cockpit or something like that, or even 747, a more modern one with the MFDs, whatever displays, multifunction displays, because those are easy to do, especially if the aircraft like from PMDG where you can, which it's a Microsoft thing now, flight simulator thing, but you can undock display gauges. we have all these games, right, that we can play, multiplayer and shit like that, but we still don't have a good way, an easy way to just hop in and share a cockpit. Like it's like, hey, club class, come fucking join my airplane. Where you can just jump into any airplane, and then you got control on your side, I got control on my side. You throw a switch, it turns it mine. I mean, that can get a little wonky with hard switches, especially if the depending on how the sim reads your status of your controls. Yeah, there's been different iterations of it, but Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 has been such a fucking disappointment. I mean, this is it. This is the best. This is the best it is right there. You got photoreal scenery, and that's about it. And a lot of times your roads have a green hue because they haven't fixed them. I can't, I bitch about this every time I fly and it comes up. We talk about when I start bitching about Microsoft Flight Simulator. Why are there no obstructions? Why didn't they not provide the obstructions? The towers, the cell towers, the radio antennas, the TV antennas from the broadcast stations and everything. Why are, and the obstructions, the stacks and everything. Those are vital to VFR navigation. It's because they got people who aren't fucking pilots making this fucking thing. They don't know shit about shit. Well, even worse than that, it's because they did the simultaneous fucking development of Xbox. We want this for our Xbox. This is going to be a draw title. This is gonna show what the Xbox can do, And it's like, no, you're fucking squeezing, you're taking a beautiful thing, something that could be beautiful, and you're going to shoehorn it into a goddamn Xbox and make it work there. So then in doing so, we get derpy fucking menus like this. It's not too bad, but you know what I'm saying? In the interface, we can't just go up and change aircraft mid-flight. You got to go all the way back. You got to be on the ground. Yeah, you can do it, I think, in dev mode, but why not all the time? Why do I got to be in fucking dev mode with a chance of it going wonky? It's fucking spaghetti code. So I'm not. I hope 2024 will have the improvements that they should have, that they should have made in this sim. They were just making flight game. They were building flight game for Microsoft for the Xbox. They knew us fucking flight simmers would take it because it's what they were providing, and everybody jumped fucking bandwagon off P3D and everything to go there because it's pretty fucking scenery. I didn't fly for like 2 years because of this shit. Every time it was an alpha product. Every time they did an update, they broke the shit. So I don't, it would be nice to think that 2024 they're going to build off, they got this as the base, they got the base structure under here, and they're going to make some changes here, make some changes there, maybe improve the interface. Here's some simple improvements. You want some quality of life improvements. Okay, there are some cool things. Okay, so here's a cool thing. When I upgraded my computer, right, I built a whole new computer and I installed Flight Simulator. But because they've got their cloud stuff set up right, it saved my settings. So when my shit was plugged in, it was like, oh yeah, we got your setup right here. I'm like, that's pretty fucking cool. So I didn't have to reconfigure yoke and throttle quadrant and all that shit. So that was pretty cool. But let's talk about other quality of life things in the menu. How about a favorites for our fucking airplanes? Because there's a shit ton of shit airplanes that's put out by Asobo that I will never fucking fly and I don't want to fly. I would like to just fucking, uninstall them out of the menu. I don't want to see them. Yeah, they got to be in there because of, AI traffic or whatever, or somebody else is flying them. Okay, I get that. But I don't want to see them. How about my airplanes, my hangar? What do you want in your hangar? Well, I want the Electra, I want the DC-3, I want the A2A, I want the PMDGs, I want the 310. I'll take because it was done by Milviz, which is their new name is Blackbird. I'll take their the Beaver. I'll put that in there because it's still a quality aircraft, and a handful of others maybe. And then all my payware, anything I got payware, boom, I'm putting in there. And that's what I want. That's all I want to see because that's all I fly. I don't need to go through this fucking menu. If I want to go outside my hangar menu, I'll do that. I'll go, I could just go, ooh, let me take a look at the helicopters they have. Maybe I might like to fly those, and I'll try one. And then if I like it, I'll go, oh, put it in my menu, put it in my hangar. How hard would that be? It wouldn't be that hard. Well, there's money grabs, right? I mean, all this stuff right here, it really put Orbix. What the fucking, what does Orbix have? They had to change their whole business because their whole thing was about more realistic ground textures, even though wasn't photoreal. It made it look real, even though it didn't match completely. So now they had to change things. Like, I guess we're selling airplanes now. We'll be a distributor. Shit. Well, we lost our VOR behind us, but we're 48 miles from I think it's the Ohio River in front of us. 48 miles from our destination, but we don't have a nav aid there. Let's take a look. Is that the Ohio? Yep, that's the Ohio River. We should have an airport off our right or something. Here's where we are, or about where we are. So here's the river out here, right? See, oh look, there's a little island there. So that's one of these two places here. Or actually that could be there. Because we're pretty much on course. That's it there. So yeah, we're coming up here. There should be an airport probably behind us. $45 miles from the destination. It's just a DME only. Yeah, basically that's all they did. They just turned it into a distributor. I'm going to have to pay attention to my VFR chart here across the river. Man, I think we're right on it.
So we got it dialed in.
What are these up here on the right? Is that hate it when it does that. Those windmills. Wilderness area. The fuck is that? Burden Falls Wilderness Area. We'll have a lake up here, so we'll follow that. That'll help us get in. We'll be seeing that lake. There's a couple of them. After we cross the river, fly about 20 miles. Fruit snack time.
This snack brought to you by Welch's Fruit Snacks.
Yeah, I don't go. Well, I mean, you can do. You know, they can do airport scenery, things like that. Cities. I've had hummus. I was on hummus kick before. With the carrots and the celery. Man, have you ever eaten a lot of cashew nuts and then shit your brains out? Cashews are a natural laxative. I found that out. I didn't realize that. I'm like, what the hell? I looked it up. I'm right on course. Actually, maybe just a little bit right of course. We'll go 1 degree left. That little town there is called Golconda. Yeah, you shouldn't eat more than a handful of that shit, man. I bought a jar one time. I'm like, well, it's fucking great. I just snack. A couple hours go by. What the fuck? Next thing I know, I'm a cashew butter factory. I got me a we call it the piss the Germans off, call them a donut, but it's a Bismarck, raspberry Bismarcks. Sometimes in Germany they call them Berliners. We call them Bismarcks. Raspberry filled iced donut without the hole. Oh yeah, yeah. I've had the flavored hummus where you get the the different flavors and stuff in it. Yeah, I've gone to town on that. I've gone through carrots and shit. We're close, 30 miles out. Should probably start downloading. Well, not yet. That big damn tower up there. I'm looking on the chart. We'll get about 10 miles away from the airport. Oh, wow. That sounds cool, man. I like a good fresh salsa from time to time. But you gotta be careful. The onions, though, they get like raw onion. It just fucking cycles through me. It doesn't. It's not like it goes away. It, like, comes back out in your spit and your saliva and your breath for like 2 days. Yeah.
I make spit pea soup.
Haven't had that in a while. Might be time to make some pea soup again. Put some carrots in it and then some chunks of ham. There's that railroad track. Should be a lake right over there somewhere. Oh, I like them cooked. I'll make tomorrow. I'm gonna make pork loins, and then I'm gonna make some fried green beans where I take an onion, sweet white onion, or yellow onion, whatever, and dice it up, right, and then put that in a skillet with oil, nonstick skillet with some oil, and then take my green beans, get that going, let the onions start to cook a little bit, boil out, and then I put the green beans in there, mix them all up so they all get a little bit of oil on them. Then I hit them hard with the garlic salt, some Mrs. Dash, and then I fry those up. And then and then when I take I make a pot of mashed potatoes, mashed potatoes and pork loins and fried green beans. And then when I take them out, I take a Corningware, crock, 2-quart or whatever, and I line that with paper towel, and then I scoop them out, put them on there so that towel takes that excess grease off. I don't put too much oil in there. I mean, it's vegetable oil, but it, takes some of that oil off. And if you do it right, you get some of them that are brown, so they caramelize. There's that lake. What is the wind at our destination? 29 or 9 or 6 is the altimeter. And the wind is calm. So I can take any runway I want. Although it looks a little misty out there. They're showing sky clear. Oh, yeah. So let's see. That lake goes to there, and then there's some more lakes. Oh, there should be a big fucking tower here. Let's go ahead and start down. Let's turn that off. Let's pull them throttles back to about there. And we'll just let her fly at the speed she thinks she's going to fly. And down she comes. We'll arrest it a little bit because she wants to fly at about 180, I think. Captain Antgar, what's up? What you laughing about? Is that New Burnside? You know, I can honestly say I've never had roast potatoes in goose fat. Had like beef stew with like potatoes and carrots, maybe some celery, a little onion in there. I just want to see that big fucking tower. It's due east of those towers. It's probably right below me. See those ones? Let's look outside. Oh, there it is. There's that big fucking tower. That's what I was looking for. This is our second attempt at this flight because I had a power failure earlier. Lights went out, everything. But it was like a brownout. So we had about 1/10 of the voltage coming through the lines. So my lights down here, which are LEDs, kind of worked for a little while. And then they went off. And then some of the LEDs in the house were flickering a little bit. I took the voltage meter and put it in the socket, and it was showing like up to like 10 or 12 volts AC. Or it needs to be like 120. Took them an hour or so to get it fixed. Where's that other lake at? There's a lake. Why is it fucking San Francisco smog? Let's see. That's Marion there. So it's just north of that lake. Let's bring the throttles back up. Wait a minute. No, that's a road. Keep going. It's right off the nose. There's a snake in it would bite you. Yeah, it sucked, man. I was like 3/4 of the way in. Oh, there's the airport. All right, there's that runway. But we're going to enter the downwind and land to the south-southwest. I'm gonna read that in a second. I got that that DuckWorks mod for this DC-3, and it's improved it greatly. In my ignorant opinion. You know what the best? Actually, for any kind of roast that you do in an oven or even a crock pot, doesn't matter what it is. Can be pork, could be beef, hell, could be turkey for that matter, turkey breast. The secret to tender result: start with it frozen solid. Antgar's always here. Oh shit. We're flying like a Goonie bird. Getting that slow flight mode, right? Throttle for altitude, pitch for airspeed. Come on, man, get down. And she like she wants to pitch up on me. Here she comes. We're high as fuck. All right, throw them up. Barn door's coming out. We a kite. Listen to her rattle. She's talking to us. Saying, treat me easy. Overshot our finals just a little bit, but that's all right. All right, let's bring some throttles back up a little bit. Keep it at 90. Oh, look, it's still 1,000 feet per minute. Down here, ground effect, and she'll slow up. Still feel like I gotta push on the stick a little bit. All right, a little more throttles, a little more throttles. Let's get her over the fence. Back to throttles. Back them off. All right, let's hold it. Hold it, hold it.
That was a harder landing than we like to see, pilot.
Oh, give me bullshit.
Transporter from dispatch. Clear the runway and taxi to parking.
I think it is a little harder to land. land smoothly with the DuckWorks. Let's see what I get. Fuck you, taxi speed, fucking bullshit. 167 feet per minute on the descent. She didn't like it. I forgot to announce myself. Not that there's anybody here anyway. Let's disconnect from VATSIM. Yeah, some AIs are never happy. See, we need farming sim combined with flight sim. So you come out here and mow this grass. Farm one, ground. Ground farm one. Let's see what I have it on. I don't know, I had it on some daily mix. And I don't know which one it is. And then it just keeps playing. It's on Spotify. What do you think about if they had like mobile grass out here? Where you could actually see it, just shorn it. Be funny. Some guy driving around a luggage truck. How's your perception? Find out. Stop. We're off kilter.
Transporter. Disembarkation in progress. Stand by.
They gig me for not having my lights on. I don't know if I had my We're making some money, folks. There's like a $180,000 trip. See if I got a bonus on it. So 11.
Pilot, stand by. The cargo is being removed.
Standing by, looking for the money. Watching the money. Give me the money, give me the money, give me the money. Money, 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 money. Money, 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 money.
You are clear to start your engine.
Nice. Got some bonuses there. Give me look at that, 116 and 110, and it cost me airport fees were 2,100. Fuel usage was 655, And then the running cost for the airplane was $9,000 because it's like however much an hour it is. Fuck yeah, dude. I gotta go back up here. I gotta look at your taters. All right. The secret to great roast potatoes, semi-boil them. Heat a tray with goose fat or vegetable oil until it's reaching its ignition. Oh shit! The fucking like right to this fucking smoke. Toss in the potatoes and cover them with salt and pepper and toss them around and get them in a hot oven. Wow, I'm not brave enough to do that shit in my kitchen. Wife's father was a retired London firefighter. That's kind of cool. I worked during the Blitz. Firefighters. Depending on where you're at, like crash fire rescue on airports. You can't. You hear a song like this, all you think is like Vietnam, man. You have fucking jets and napalm and helicopters and getting fucking high. Alrighty then. So let's find some more money. Shut up, Mick. I hear they say he's a wee little man. Short. Oh, no. I don't think we're going to have too many close destinations. Got one, 41 miles. It's really not worth it. We want to go a little further. A little further, please. Harrisburg, it's a shorty. What? Your grandfather got the George Medal in World War II for firefighting a burning ammunition ship in Liverpool during an era. Damn. What about Studio Connect? I'm not rating him. I'm not done yet. I'm going to make another flight, dude. I know Studio Canuck. I was there in his beginning when COVID started. He was very depressed. No, I'm not done. I'm going to fly some more. I haven't even eaten my my Bismarck, man. I don't know if I'm going to eat it or not. Got some graham crackers. I'm just trying to figure out where I want to go to. All right, let's just sort by reward. 8 Alpha Zero, 250 miles away. Although we could have something that's on the way to some, you know, where we go someplace and there's something else on the way. That's a little harder because you gotta like put it in. Let's K Mike Whiskey Alpha. I use my Sky Vector. Sky Vector for planning. Let's go like this. Then we'll go like this. And we'll leave some on top. Some below there. We got a happy little Sky Vector. Oh no! Bring this over like this. Oh, here. Where are we at? There we are. I like to see which direction we're going. RKW, 235 miles. Mike DQ, is that, well, it's done that way too. 210. That's north. Mike 7. That's 160 miles away. Let's see what's between here and there. Let's see, 160. Let's sort by distance. Nashville's almost on the way, but it's too much weight. We need bodies. We need short bodies. Oh, look at here. Wrong direction. Nope. All right, let's go by passengers. 2, 3, 4 passengers. This is where the big money is. Kilo Mike Papa Zulu. What the fuck is that? This may be the way to go. Mount Pleasant. All right, so we need something up there between us and Mount Pleasant, Springfield. We got St. Louis. We got these places. So let's go down the list. Something below 224. Distance. We'll sort it like this. So we'll go down here to 224 because we're going to take that one, I think. That's the bodies. So we want to look for something else that goes that way. Nope. Nope. Yeah, the body's going that way? Nope. I mean, we can take a look at anything. Nope. 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 Ooh. Charlie 15. That's 167. $70,000. That might be a thing. So let's go over here and we'll hit Charlie 15. We'll see how much. And I think we have a flight plan, boys. I think we have a flight plan. We'll go on down. We'll take a look here real quick. Let's look at some of these other ones. Nope. 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 That's a little bit further out of the way. Not near as much money. Cape Girardeau, we got it. Wait till I get that DC-6, man. I'll capture your imagination. All right, it just gets lower and lower. So we're going to do this. Let's see, that was 224, right? No. Which one was it? Yeah, MP. So that's 780. We're going to take that one.
From dispatch to transporter. Let's take these passengers to their destination.
And then Charlie 15.
Pilot from dispatch. Boarding passenger. Please stand by.
When do I sleep? I slept this morning and into the afternoon. It's 2 a.m. here.
Hello, pilot. The cargo is waiting for you at the usual location. Transporter from dispatch. Loading
I'll probably
cargo.
go to bed earlier
Please
tonight,
stand
though.
by.
5126. 5126. Minus 170 for our co-pilot seat. 4956. So this is going to be heavy. Gotta dump some fuel. Let's see, there's 1,
Let's get out
2,
of here.
3, 4. And then we need 956. So we're going to say goodbye to our center tanks. We don't need it. Yeah, we're not going to need them. Hell, it's 167 miles to our first, for 254 miles total. What was our speed going to be? What we do, about 160? It's only an hour and 45. Although we'll have our little stop. Okie dokie. Payloads matching. Matchy. You quit your personal Facebook today. It took 30 days, but you're free of your pass. Good deal, man. Yeah, I never did Facebook ever as one of my claim to fame. Never did MySpace either. Didn't do any of that shit. I had Twitter for a little while, and then I fucking killed it because it got stupid. I didn't have anything to do with Elon or anything. I mean, when he bought, I was disappointed that he bought Twitter because I thought that was a colossal waste of money. $40 billion, $40 fucking billion for what? For a fucking cesspool of broken people. The only thing I could figure is he was going to try and leverage that to promote his businesses. That would be the only reason to do that. Yeah, I mean, people are horrible, dude. All right, let's turn some shit on here. Don't need those on yet. Beacon on. Those on. Don't need that on. Alrighty. Got those up. Got parking brake set. Let's get our boost pumps on. We might need to turn on the battery cart if we need it. Sounds like they're coming up. Start with the right. I think I have to hold that to get her going. All right, there's one. Let's get that. Let's crack that throttle up there. All right, left mesh.
You're good to go. Contact the tower for clearance.
I'm gonna leave them boost pumps on for now. Last time I killed my engines. The DuckWorks changed some variables, and I can't seem to get the parking brake to work now. So it's a trade-off. Look at here, we got a. Wait a minute. There's no taxiway here. How come there's no taxiway? Going through the grass, boys. Going through the grass. Yeah, it's $40 billion, man. I can't. I mean, he might have done it for spite just because he had fuck you money and decided to tell the world fuck you. But it's more of a headache than anything, I think. I think it was probably a British thing. I don't recall it. All right. Ah, look at the Tom Petty's learn to fly, starts flying as soon as I take out, go to take off roll. Like I planned that.
Pilot, have a nice flight.
I miss Tom. I wasn't like a super fan of his, but I grew to appreciate him with age. Well, it's probably, you know what? It's probably Spotify spying on me, know what I'm doing. 352. We're going to keep it low. We're going to go at about 45. Oopsie. Trim that forward. We need to let her speed up so she can fly at the speed of the trim. Let me bring her up a little bit. .500 feet per minute's fine. Let's turn on the gyro driver. No, I did it. You know what? Taylor Swift song, that one she did with, what's his name? Can't remember the song now. Fortnite. That's a good fucking song, man. I don't listen to any Taylor Swift. I couldn't tell you any of her songs, but I caught that it, dumped into my YouTube stream. So I'm like, oh, what's this? I'm like, wow, that's kind of weird video. I was like, that's kind of, Gen X, we're all about our videos. And listen to the song, and it's catchy. It's got a little bit of I feel like it's got a little bit of a cranberries flavor to it. I don't care, man. Anybody come in my chat as long as they're not fucking stupid. I mean, you can be stupid, but you get abusive to me or this channel, you're gone. Banned somebody earlier tonight. It's all like, it's like, come on, man. I can see it. I can fucking. Guy comes in, he says some shit, like some kind of punk kid, he's like, yeah, this is fucking, fucking full throttle. Let's rip the wings off that thing. I'm like, nah, man, you want to do that? You can go play flight game on Xbox. I'm flight simming. He's like, you need to lighten up. And then he said something else, and I was like, I can just kind of read between the lines. And then he said some bullshit, and I was like, okay, that's it. I can tell who you are by what you say. You don't have to travel far on the internet to decipher people. Peoria 115.2. Oops. I haven't had any in a long time either. It wasn't anybody here. It was just this guy popped in, and it seems like the Twitch trolls have just kind of learned. It's like, or they grew up a little bit, and maybe the newer generation is not into that as much. Yeah, do a barrel roll, fly into a building. Get fucked, chode. What I always tell people is anytime they tell me that, say, oh, crash, let's see you crash, or fly in a building. And I would always tell them, I said, I can't, man. I'm playing hardcore mode. I wrote a script that if I crash the airplane, it deletes it off my hard drive. I got to reinstall it. Or I'll say I wrote a script, it'll delete my hard drive. I got it, my game drive, it'll wipe it. That's hardcore mode right there. I'm like, what, really? Some people would believe me. I could do it. We could totally do it. Crash detected. Flight sim drive deleted. Well, or they don't care. They're buried here. You know? Or maybe there might be a thing if they've grown up with, you know, so much online abuse that they've see how, maybe, who knows, that it's like, yeah, those people are losers. I don't want to be like that. That's a good one. I rigged mine up to a power cutter, power cable cutter. So if I crash, it triggers this response that cuts the power to my house. Actually, maybe we'll go with 35. Let's go about there. Maybe a little more until we get up there. How about that? They always, I mean, you always get the uptick at the end of May, right? When they all get out of school, and then they're home during the week, and they're like, because they don't have to go to school or get up or whatever, and they don't work. So, yeah, let's get on fucking line. Let's go pick on the flight simmers because they're fucking losers. Look at them playing their fucking boring game. Look at that fucking nerd, that old fucking nerd. Yep. You should be so lucky. I had a see my what was the I don't want to put this. Yeah, there's a mindset evolution there. With my mindset of, you know, where I posted my personal philosophies, you know, underneath my channel there. It's something that, why is that not scrolling down? The fuck, man? That works. Why won't you, piece of shit? Fucking Chrome sucks. I can't, it won't, now it does it. But now it won't scroll back up. Fuck you, Chrome. Let's close you out. Let's reopen you. There's my sky vector. Channel. Why won't it? It won't scroll. Will it scroll if I bring it down? Now it will. But it won't scroll back up. Is this mouse? Maybe it's the mouse. No? Something weird's going on. Hope my shit don't wreck. Anyway, what I was trying to say was that with my mindset about creators, right? It's like, it's good if people are creators. If they're streaming, whatever, you know, if they enjoy it, that's fine. Yeah, and there's some what you're saying there, club class. There's some, you know, that's, you get that group think and you get that group ignorance that happens, especially if they're not accepting or they don't want to listen to anything outside of, you know, of what they think. If they're not willing to look at themselves and go, could I be wrong about this? Am I right about this? Is my stance on this right? And why? You know, what would, you know, as far as testing yourself, like science, right? With science, when you have something that is, you know, you don't try and prove something right that you think is right. You try and prove yourself wrong. You know, it's like, if you think this is the way it is, okay, what are the exceptions? Can I break this what I think it is? Okay, it holds up to this thing, this test. Okay, well, what about this? Let's approach it from this other side. Let's test it from this side. Does it fall apart underneath this? Which is what the problem with the flat earthers. You know, they're every one of their little fucking things, they're proofs of the why the world is flat. It falls apart when you test it. There's not a, you know, oh yes, this test true. Yes, in this tiny little fraction, but when you try this tiny little piece of observation you have, it appears that way. It could be, yes, but then you have to test it from over here, from this other standpoint and or method, and then that breaks it. So, but you know what does work? A fucking globe Earth. But I think the majority of flat earthers are trolls that just like to fucking get people riled up talking about it. Well, you know, I'm Generation X, and it's like you see all these things, all these news articles. Oh, the boomers, they talk about the boomers, they talk about millennials, they talk about Generation Z, and they always drop Generation X out, right? Which just, on one hand, Generation X is like, yeah, whatever, fucking, you know, I don't fucking care, go fuck yourself, you know? But on the other hand, it's like, I think, you know, it's like, motherfuckers, what about us? What are you fucking ignoring? Who the fuck are we? You know, we're the motherfuckers out here working, supporting your asses while you're living in our houses and shit. And, you know, and in all these fucking articles, they just totally disregard Generation X. It's like, we never existed. It went from boomers to millennials. Or they, depending on who's writing it, they either like lump us into boomers or they lump us into millennials, depending on their age. And, I think people are doing it now just to fucking try and get a rise out of us. You don't have to test it in space. I can fucking prove it right here on this fucking planet. Especially with their model. The problem is they don't have a coherent model. It's like if you had a coherent model that would, you know, anytime they show the picture of it, they'll show two different models. One model is they show the sun doing one thing, and then they show the moon always opposite, but that's not the case. The moon goes inside, right? So, not to mention you know, they can't explain the South Pole celestial pole. You know, so you go down to like New Zealand, Horn of Africa, or not Horn of Africa, the Cape of Africa, and down in Argentina. Actually, you don't have to go that far south. You can watch the stars, and there's a celestial South Pole. They can't explain it. You can have the sun up for, what is it? Africa, South America, and, well, Africa's kind of between. So you can have in the southern hemisphere summer, right? Argentina and Africa can have the sun up at the same time, or I think Argentina and maybe Australia or Africa and Australia can. Southern parts. So how's that? And they're going to say, oh, it's a refraction to the atmosphere. It's because these weird things because it reflects off the ice or something, you know, the ice wall. And so they're going to give you all kinds of bullshit things that are just like, that's not how it happens. They say the sun's 3,000 miles away on most of their the ones that claim it. They'll claim that the sun is 3. Let's double check this here. 3,000 miles away. Oh, there we are. We're at this lake. Oh, look, there was a VOR there. I didn't realize that. Let's put that in. Centralia. We can navigate off that. 115.0. So they say the sun is 3,000 miles away. It's closer than Australia. The problem with that is it never changes its angular size from sun up to sundown. You know, and they'll claim, oh, magnification from refraction. No. They won't believe it. The ones that the true believers, they you could put them in a fucking spaceship. I think I talked about this before, maybe on another stream. You put them in a SpaceX fucking Dragon, launch them up into orbit, let them look out the window. They'll say I was drugged, and they put a fucking screen, you know, a monitor on the outside, and they fucking projected that shit. Made me think I was in space, but I know it wasn't. It was a fucking ride. Every one of them, every one of them thinks they're in the fucking Truman Show. See, look, you're looking out your window. You think you're out in an airplane. It looks like the real world out there, so they can simulate that too. So, let's see. Out of Centralia, we are going 345. So we need 345. Let's go over here and we'll catch that. So it's, I mean, it's, you know, I've watched a lot of YouTubers that do the debunking, you know, and they argue with them. They take other people's, the flat earthers videos, and there's this one guy, this one British guy, and just listen to him talking like he didn't believe the Earth's flat. He knows it's fucking round. He's just grifting because he's got, you know, like 13,000 followers. So they watch his video. He's getting monetization from it. It's a fucking grift. I was like, okay, you know, dummies want to believe this, then I'll sell to the dummies, right? I'm not a Trump fan, but if there's money in selling red hats to people, and I had the opportunity and wanted to do it, I would fucking, yeah, I'll sell you a red fucking hat. You know. It is going insane. You know what? My mom said the same thing when I was born in '68, though. When she's pregnant with me, because it was the '60s, how fucking, you know, all the assassinations that were going on and everything. But, you know, technologically though, but you look how good, you know, say there's good and bad, right? There's trade-offs, but for every bad thing, there's a fucking great thing about today. You know what? Just look what we've watched happen. You know, it's like they were talking about Gen X being the last generation that knows life without cell phones. You know, knew life without the internet. '64. Does that make you a Gen Xer, or are you like on that boomer cusp? I think you might be just like a year shy. Uh, 65. Yeah, 65 to 80 was quote unquote Gen X. 44 to 59. Yeah, boomers would be 60 to 69 years old. 55 to 64. Social media has in my opinion, has probably been the worst. The worst thing in the last 20 years to come up. Yeah, my sisters were boomers. My parents were children during World War II. I got to thinking about, like what you're saying, it seems like the whole fucking world's, yes, drinking from a hose, fucking A, buddy. I remember the moon landing too. One of them, one or two of them. I remember sitting out watching on TV. Family gathered around. Yeah, you fucking there's fucking people. There's great things. Well, with anything, any medium, there's going to be good and there's going to be bad with it, right? But I was thinking, how you were talking about the world going crazy and stuff. I'm like, is it more crazy today than it was when we were kids, or was it just like people just like whatever, didn't pay enough attention because we have media and everything's in your face 24/7 all the time, with. That's the other thing, I think. The other downfall of our civilization, or at least the disruption in our harmony of our societies, is the 24-hour news networks, and 24-hour news shows. I think they should fucking ban them. You let them fucking broadcast news at 6, 9, 12, 3, and 6. You get and you get 30 minutes. Squeeze in what you can squeeze in. You want to fucking do an op-ed? Fine, do it. You get 30 minutes of op-ed. That's it. Or maybe give them 30 minutes at 9s and 6s, and then they can have an hour at 9s and 3s, and you can have an hour at 6 and noon. Anyway, what I was saying about the whole world going crazy. What if it was found out, right? What if they did some studies and they found out that all our brain chemistry problems and that make people one way or another with our society has been caused by microplastics in our system. And they go, we got to stop containing foods and drinks and plastics, and to fix this. Do you think the powers that be would go, there's one or two ways to go? They're like, no, fucking sweep this under the rug, we'll be all right. Or because it would cost what it would cost to retool. Or do you think about the world if the world went, okay, we're back to fucking cans and bottles, glass bottles. Think about the glass industry, man. Yes, it is. That's where the money is, man. What was that other one? Let's see. Peoria 115.2. Looking for that DME. What is that? I think it's Interstate 70. Goes to St. Louis over there. Or is it 64? No, 64 was south of that lake. Skynet is coming. Good. I said this, he just stuck his head out the window. Let's look at those stacks over there, trying to figure out where they are. I see him. Check it out. So, see these stacks? Right there. Got this road here. That's, wait, maybe, yeah, I guess that would be this road here.
So popcorn fight.
What we got? No. You got that a little bit wrong, Club Class. You have to first have a soul before you can sell it. So in case you're wondering where we are, we're in south central Illinois, heading northbound. Flat here. Shit ton of farmland. The problem with Illinois is it has the city of Chicago. And Chicago, you know, like New York, is a pretty powerful city. There's a lot of influence there. And the capital of Illinois is in Springfield, which is in the middle of the state. But Chicago wields a lot of power down there, right? Because of the money and everything. Illinois for years had very... It was kind of a liberal state. It was a union state, you know, pro-labor and stuff. So they supported the labor unions. You know, there's probably some corruption there, right? supported the labor unions and their retirement. So like the teacher retirements, the police retirements, fire department retirements, and things like that. Municipal, state type stuff were very lucrative. If you were a teacher in Illinois, you had a good retirement. I don't know if that's still the case. Well, anyway, Illinois has a very substantial amount of overhead funding those retirement plans for the people who've retired. So the way they handle that is they raise property taxes. High property taxes in Chicago is understandable because it's a, you know, it's a city. It's just like New York property taxes. It's in fucking insane. Some of those places are like $75,000 a year, you know, for these, you know, multi-million-dollar homes and stuff. And Illinois is kind of the same way. But the problem is they got to pull from the entire state. So you have this is rural Illinois. It's, you know, south central. It's very much Midwest, like Indiana, Ohio, whatever, farm country and stuff. But they still have the high tax rates. So in doing so, it, you know, it pisses people off for one thing. They have to pay if they stop and think about it. But the other thing it does is it depresses the house prices because you know, it's the monthly payments, so taxes come out of that, right? If you can afford a mortgage, you still have to pay taxes on it. So comparable house, you know, a dwelling like, say, there was a place we looked at over there at one point in time. It just, you know, playing around with the Zillow and just looking at prices and stuff, and you look at the taxes, like, holy shit. Basically, it takes off about 10 years of taxes of what you would pay equivalent. So like if the taxes are $10,000 a year, then the house is probably going to be $100,000, or the dwelling is going to be $100,000 less than what it would be in, say, in Indiana. But that would be for like a $370,000 house or building, you know. What sells for $375 there would sell for $475 here because of the tax difference. So it kind of comes out even Steven there, except for after that 10 years. I'm not even paying attention. I'm just waiting on that next VOR to come on, just trying to stay on the line here, moving back over to intercept it. Let's see, where are we? We passed that. All right, I think I know where we are now. I think we're up here now. Oops. There's that lake. Yep, there's that slant road. We just passed over Witt. Strip pit. That was a mine. Oh, maybe we're over by Nokomis then. So Wit would be. Oops, now I'm confused. Over there. Close to that lake. Oh, look, clouds on the ground. Way to go, Bing. Well, it's so big, man. The what's his name? Scott Adams, the writer for Dilbert. I like some of his humor, but if you listen to him talk, he's a fucking narcissist and kind of a troll. But he did say one thing. He said about loopholes is someone's always going to find the loophole, and they're going to drive an 18-wheeler through it, and the guy driving the truck is is going to be making more money than the guy underneath the truck who he's driving over. And you know, everybody's always looking for these loopholes or having them built in, you know, and pushing until they just keep pushing and keep pushing too far until you know, they ruin it for everybody. I think freedom is first and foremost, but you have the controls, right? That's why we have our market controls to try and stop that corruption, because left unwatched, unintended, people are going to fucking cheat. People are cheaters. You know, I never understood that, like with video games. You know, some people just, you know, they think it's like they get some kind of value out of cheating. It's an evolutionary adaptation and predisposition. Thieving and cheating to get ahead with your, you know, wits. Any means necessary. There's a justification for it being helpful to the evolutionary survival. And I'm a fair play monkey, so you know, I'm more of I like stability in society, and I like a stable economy. I don't like the high risk, you know. But some people fucking bet it all, you know, against going to jail. Yeah, he's a little crazy. I said when I was on Twitter, I followed him on Twitter for a time, and then he said some shit, and just the way he's acting, I'm like, you're a total fucking narcissist. I'm done. He's a little creepy too. I think didn't he marry some chick who was like really, really young, younger than he is. But see, that's that selecting a mate, right? So evolutionarily, there's a couple ways to select a mate. One is, you're Thag, the big warrior hunter, and you can provide. Well, who doesn't want to fucking hitch onto that fucking guy who can provide? Fuck yeah! You know what? How about I mow your grass for you, buddy? And that's the way fucking life is, right? With the guy who can bring the meat home. You can pay me in meat, or pay me in shells, and I go buy my own meat from somebody else, right? And then the women folks, dude, his wife was like 20 some odd years younger than him, I think. I could be wrong on that, but it was like 10 years at our age is nothing. But when he was already our age when he went for a young thing. So yeah, probably. I could be mistaken on that. Still not picking that place up yet. Speaking of it, right there, that's Springfield, Illinois. Capital of Illinois. So not that big of a town. Smaller than Indianapolis. Looks like it's about the size of Evansville. Damn it, my eye's itching. I like Dilbert. I like the cartoons. But who knows, who knows how much of his online presented persona is just him playing troll. That's me giving benefit of the doubt. But I mean, didn't he win like some kind of fucking Pulitzer Prize or something for fucking Dilbert? You get, it's easy to get full of yourself when you're successful and make millions of dollars. Abraham Lincoln worked there in that city. He was a lawyer here. And then he was, I think he was a state, I think he was involved in probably some state, I wonder if he was a state politician before he became a federal politician. Can't remember. Abraham Lincoln grew up not 55 miles away from where I live. Over in Spencer County, Indiana. That's where his mama died. They buried her. She drank milk. She had poisoned milk. Cows got into the milkweeds. Poisoned the milk. She drank it. It killed her. He used to go down to the river at the Ohio with a buddy or buddies, and they would cut wood, stack it up, sell it to the river boats when he was a teenager. That color, it looks like a blight on the land. I don't even know what he said. I wasn't, I don't remember it because I don't pay attention to him. And I don't watch news. I don't know how long ago it was. Was it like, was that back during the last year or so of Trump's thing when they had that Floyd murder by cop thing? All the protests, Black Lives Matter protests. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. People getting fed up with a lot of shit. There, you know, the problem. Here's the thing. If this is what people don't understand, I'll spell it out for you nice and easy, right? I'm gonna spell it out for you, and this is what people don't understand, right? And it doesn't matter where you are on the spectrum, left, right, center, whatever, right? You have to be extremely careful if you're going to start a movement. If it's a protest movement, man, no matter how righteous it is, right? You're probably better off not doing it. And here's why. Because there's a bunch of fucking crazies in our society. And they're opportunists. And they look for opportunities, right? So you get these bad actors. Maybe they're bad actors because they disagree with you, or maybe they're bad actors just because they're the fucking Joker. They just want to see the world burn, and or they see an opportunity. It's like, ooh, if they're having a protest and we can start a riot, then we can fucking go start fucking get the looting going, and we can fucking make out like bandits, right? Literal bandits. So you're always gonna have opportunities. Now, let's say you have a movement, right? That starts with a good idea, like, you know what, we're getting taxed too much. We should start a new political movement because Republicans aren't fucking doing shit, and the fucking Democrats aren't doing shit. So let's start a thing. What can we call it? Well, the first fucking protest in taxes was the tea. When they dumped the tea in the Boston Harbor. Right. Let's start the Tea Party. Tea Party sounded like a good idea until you had the fucking, what happened is you had the more fringe psychos fucking took over it. And it was effective to some degree in the primaries of they talked about, like, some Republicans getting Tea Partied out. But the problem was they replaced them with fucking psychos, people who are very hard right. It's like, you too far. That's we don't want that. A lot of us, people, because people don't think things through. They don't think things all the way through. Now you step too many years ahead. That's not completely accurate. But so anytime you start a movement, okay, Black Lives Matter, right? Black Lives Matter is, a response to, it appears that there are a lot of cops disproportionately fucking killing black people than there are, otherwise. So it appears to be racist and all this other stuff. So let's start a movement. Let's protest that. Well, they had bad actors too. Just like like I said, it doesn't matter where you are. You're going to get bad actors in there. So anytime you start something, watch for it. Like, fuck, look at the ones right now. The Palestinian ones. They're. That's a whole nother thing, though. Fucking. We ain't gonna talk about that. We ain't gonna get in that. Let's just say children are ignorant. And so are the adults. Oh, here's an appropriate song. Ain't exactly clear. "1960 Vietnam." I thought about Ukraine. If Putin gets desperate and decides to go scorched earth and basically push back or ends up using some tactical nukes, say, not obviously not megaton bombs, but kiloton bombs, artillery, and he ends up using those, which would just make large areas uninhabitable. I don't know for how long. The nukes we have today are supposedly not as dirty, as the ones back when. But let's say you get a bunch of Ukrainians displaced. He goes, okay, you win. He wins because he starts lobbing nukes so nobody can fucking live there. And they go, well, fuck, now what? Where are you gonna put all these people? Where are you gonna put however many 80 million fucking Ukrainians? Well, yeah. But, you see both sides of that, where it's like, well, they fucking voted them in. They wanted them. There's enough people that wanted them, and then once they got them in, there was no more fucking elections. So, I don't know if it would go global, dude. Because I'm thinking about it, and it's like I don't know that it would go global. I do know where the Ukrainians could go, though. Yeah, but see, after they got in, they got rid of all their naysayers. Any people who didn't want them, they got rid of those people, along with any homosexuals and all those others that if you don't fucking toe the standard line. Hey, we got 115.2. There we go. Shit, we're getting close. We're 30 miles from there, which means, fuck, that airport's about 20 miles in front of us. That's war, and in that case, it's fucking total war. Just like Germany. Right? When we went to war with Germany, it went fucking total war. But think about what would the UK do if Ireland came across the border in a one day and fucking killed 1,500 people? What would you do? You'd have a new territory by Tuesday. Yeah, but I'm talking about that. What's a little bomb, right? You know, you get these bombs, you know, so maybe a dozen people get hurt. I'm talking like 1,500 people in one thrust, where it's not targeted at, you know, a business, or I mean, it's not targeted at a military. It's not targeted at a government building or installation. It's fucking civilians, right? How many died? Was Manchester? Was it a government building, or was it just civilians? And how many died? And how long ago was that? How many people died? Because, I mean, you know, they killed 3,000 people on 9/11, and we went to war for fucking 20 years. If the cartels came across the border down at Juarez, Mexico, into El Paso, and slaughtered 1,500 people, the United States military would own Juarez, Mexico. And we would go after the cartels wherever they are. Whoever did it. Let's see, 18. Let's see, it's 10. So I should be about 8 miles out. All right, I see lakes. Shit, I might be right over this place. Where's the airport? Where's it at? It's got to be underneath me. There it is. Yeah, that's fine. Wonder what the wind is here. Probably calm. 3 knots at the airport to the north. Look at this tiny little airport we're going to land at. Here's another thing Microsoft Flight Simulator got wrong, right? See that beacon down there flashing? Airport beacons in the United States are not on unless it is night or IMC condition. Instrument meteorological conditions. Right? That's what I'm saying. So I can't fault them for wanting to get rid of the leaders of Hamas, and I don't know. What do you do? It's one thing, when the Hamas launches their rockets all the time, it's like, well, they got that, we put the defenses up. They got their iron shield or whatever, iron dome, so it shoots down most of the rockets. They usually, it's just nothing. And that's just been the way of life for them. Anybody that's gone to Israel they say it's the most like the United States anywhere else in the world. And there are even Arab Israelis who live in Israel, right? And they get along. They're fine with it. They live and work there. Power here. I'm going to reduce the rate of descent. Let's see, we want about 500 now. Come on up. There you go. Alright, 500 on the rate of descent. Oops, watch your airspeed. Feeling good. Get ready to cut it. I have a lot at the bottom here. the power.
That wasn't the softest landing.
Man, she's never satisfied. Get that tail on the ground.
Contact
planting
ground
bricks.
for your parking assignment, then shut down your engine.
Be glad when I get a DC-6. That's another 174. I got to flare a little higher. You know, I heard it from that if you're, I don't know if you watch that. Of course, you know, who knows what anybody fucking says or what truth is, what's not. That dude, did you see that dude that was making the rounds who was the son of the fucking Hamas leader, fucking denouncing him and shit? And he didn't see a difference between the Gaza Palestinians and Hamas because of, you know, of what he's seen and what he's witnessed and shit. Which is, you know, it's kind of cold. But, you know, just for those reasons, that anybody who opposed them was driven out or killed. So. Yeah, here's what's cool. We're just gonna kill one engine up here, and then they'll unload. Is there a ramp space up there? Maybe there is. Let's go on up. Oh shit. Did I leave those fuel pumps on? I think I did. Or the booster pumps, what the fuck they are. We got another 88 miles. 88 miles to go after this one. See, that's why I was talking to you about the movements, right? The loudmouth fucking nut jobs fucking take control. Set this parking brake. Let's bring the power up on the starboard engine. We're going to cut the left engine.
Stand by, pilot. Cargo unloading. Transporter from dispatch. All passengers on board. You can ask for the clearance to take off.
All right. Start port engine. Wish the animation was a little smoother.
You're good to go. Contact the tower for clearance.
And I think that's what most people want to do, you know, most people in life. So do the routine, man. Have a place to live, raise some children. Worship how they want to or not. Come on.
Bon voyage, aircrew. We hope to see you again soon.
$291. Is that not working?
So goddamn right.
Let's see. Yeah, what can you do? Yeah, I think it's free. You just have to look. It's DC-3 enhanced. I think it is free. I could be wrong on that. She shakes and rattles. I may have the engine sounds turned down a bit. Alright, let's see where we're going next. We gotta go 88 miles. Oh, there's a VOR there. Let's go to that VOR. And then we'll go there. So the VOR is Burlington. It's a little bit. Let's see. Where did the Burlington at there? 111.4. Oh, we can pick it up. Look at there. We go directly. We can just go right there to it. Let's go dial that Let's go find it, center that needle. Where'd that needle centered at? 279. Let's fly 279. Let's see if it takes us there. So we got 51 miles to Burlington, and then after Burlington is like 30 miles. What's that outbound fix? 292. Yeah, 30 miles exactly. Wow. 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 Owen Wilson. Wow. Wow. John Wayne is a horrible cowboy name. I'm all about steam gauges, man. It's sad. I'll show you why it's sad. Why is it sad? Here's why it's sad. World low. I mean, if you're going big distances, I mean, we still got some VORs out here, right? But there's some fucking holes. Like, I couldn't get there from anywhere. Actually, the further west you go, the better it looks. This is the naked time right here. Well, these blue lines here, those are RNAV routes. So the airways are there. Those are old. See, because this used to be a VOR here. It's just a DME now and a fix.
But you got the GPS, you can fly there.
We turn them pumps off. Marion Robert Morrison. Oh, John Wayne. I remember watching on TV as a kid. Had Opie Cunningham in it. Ron Howard. Course correction. Find a needle. Like Johnny Cash and a boy named Sue. Blah! Good music, good music. Plenty of non-Brits, all right. Set 80s niche, right? Were they new wave? Kind of. God damn it. Genres: two-tone, ska, pop, new wave, rock steady. Madness are an English ska and pop band from Camden Town, North London, who formed in 1976. One of the most prominent bands of the late 1970s and early 1980s. Two-tone ska revival. They continue to perform with 6 of the 7 members of their original lineup. Most successful period was from 1980 to 1986. I graduated in 87, so yeah. Junior high school years. "16 singles reached the UK top 10. And there's little Alanis Morissette. That crazy Canadian girl. I know who the Who is. I like Doctor Who. Sex Pistols? Was that the one with Johnny Rotten? He was, from what I recall, he was quite the prick, was he not? God, I can't get over to that. Let's cheat it, bring it in. 280. The Dublin Castle. I like Queen Elizabeth. I think she you know how I talked about how I like a stable society, right? Sort of thing. It's like that's what in my mind, in my American perception of Queen Elizabeth and what stuff we've seen. Queen Elizabeth II, what has been presented to us about who she is, what she is, whatever, whether it's fictional or not. Just seems to be something about her that just seems like fucking pillar, just um, yeah, I don't know. He's that one shot at him where he's shooting that guy away. It's like it was unflattering. That fucking portrait that dude did of him, man. They should take that thing and just burn it in the front yard and go, no. All right, who wants to do a portrait? Let's it's King of fucking England, man. How about a little bit of, this is modern art shit. How about a little bit of tradition, right? It's just must be, institutions, He is the job. Let's even an unflattering portrait, which is realistic, shows the lines and everything, is, if it can capture the weathered, ness of a bean, that's not a bad thing versus that red abomination with a butterfly. I was looking at it closely to see if there's anything hidden in it. You kind of see some faces in the background, but I mean that's what the human brain does, is it looks for patterns of faces and things. But I was trying to see some things, and it looked like there was a child over his left shoulder, face of one. But I don't know. I didn't like it. I didn't think that's for a portrait of fucking monarch, or an official portrait. So let's cut that out and let's put that on the money, shall we? That's the other thing. Like, if the guy was painting it just because he was, whatever, he was just, it was an artistic statement, that's fine. But as a commission, for an official portrait, just set it on fire. Where's the petrol? I don't know. Trump thinks he's king. We ain't talking politics. We ain't talking that shit. How's our line doing? On the line, 16 miles from the VOR. Then we'll have a slight course change to the right to 292. Did you see that? I think it was on Netflix. The was it Our Finest Hour? The Winston Churchill story with Gary Oldman. Darkest Hour. Darkest Hour? Yeah, Darkest Hour. Yes. Yes. There we go. Yes. Yeah, I like that. That was, yeah. You know, the idea of Churchill, he's a legend. You know, he's in so many minds probably than you know what he actually was. I think, you know, realistically he was probably just, you know, a normal man, kind of, you know, who fucked up, had a number of fuck ups, but finally got it right in the end when it counted. And you know, right place, right time, found his fucking destiny, you know, after it fucking just tried to throw him down so many times. And, but, you know, and I don't know what the British mindset is, but like just from an American mindset, you know, Winston Churchill seems like bigger in life. It'd be somebody that you would love, like, not unlike Benjamin Franklin, you know, of somebody that would, in history, if you could go back and meet, would just to listen to him talk seems to be awesome. But like I said, I think he's like mythological, you know, to some degree in his personality. But you know, there's some drunk personalities in life that would have been, again, people that would have been interesting to meet. Ernest Hemingway, what's his name? God damn it, I can't think of his name now. Where the Buffalo Roam. Bill Murray played him. God damn it. Fucking hang on a second. My brain's not working now. Can't think of fucking anybody's name. Hunter Thompson, yeah, from Where the Buffalo Roam. He would have been interesting to just fucking sit in a room and listen to him fucking talk to somebody. Fucking Peter O'Toole. There's another fucking alcoholic, right? Peter O'Toole. Fucking just go sit in a bar and drink with him and just fucking listen to him tell fucking stories. You know, anytime he went on the fucking, like, one of the late shows, you know, it was always a fucking good story. Because the fucking war dog did his job, it was time to shift back to, you know, social things, you know. He got back in again though, before his end, did he not? You pull your war dogs and your dragons out when you go to war, man, and then you put them away and you fucking stick them behind glass, you know, break in case of. No shit. Fucking that means I'm fucking 2 degrees separation from fucking Peter O'Toole. Oh, god damn it. Now you fucking ruined it. Richard Harris, but that was his drinking buddy, wasn't it? Fucking getting drunk and fucking getting in fights and shit. but same, right? Are my engines running? Get wobbling around here. Yep, speed's holding. 2 miles. Let's go ahead and change that course. 29292. Yeah, there's that airport right across the river. We are on course, man. Get over just a little bit. So, here's where we are. Zoom in. Bloop, bloop, bloop. So, bring this over.
So we're just passing this VOR. We're going over here. We're going to cross past that airport there.
Which is right here. Out the window, right? And so we're going to cut. Yeah, we're doing pretty good. And then there's our destination. So we just follow this road. Takes us right to it. Let's turn off that gyro pilot. I've got it from here, auto. GFK, American Royalty. I don't know. I wouldn't want to meet him. I mean, there's a lot of other people in history that I think I would want to meet. I think Lincoln would be interesting. I'd like to know what he sounds like. I was listening to a biography of Benjamin Franklin. I haven't finished it yet because I don't listen that often, but that fucker did a lot. He was a hustler, man. As far as like doing jobs, you know, fucking writing. He had that article that he wrote. It was a fucking. He authored an article in some publication, some papers, Buddy's paper or something. But it was like I think it was like he pseudonymed a female. Basically, he wrote as a female. He didn't stink of corruption. His dad was fucking. He was born of corruption, man. Fucking Kennedy's made all their money during bootlegging, during Prohibition. His dad was a bootlegger. So I'm thinking there's probably some context there. That was one of the things they talk about. And his dad was kind of. I think they say his dad was kind of like a Joe Jackson kind of thing, you know, like Michael Jackson's dad, where it's like, you know, you boys are gonna do this, you know, this is here's your fucking life, you know, you're gonna get in these positions of power to help family and business contacts and shit. Which is, that's all it ever is, man. There are very few true believer politicians, people that go into politics as a true believer that are going to do better for. There was one, he wasn't a great president by circumstances and probably by, you know, who he was, but he's still hanging in there and he's going to die soon, Jimmy Carter. And I didn't care for him, you know, but I was young, right? Real young. But he didn't seem like, you know, a strong president. JFK cheated on his wife numerous times. He was a womanizer. But it was the 60s, right, man? Or 50s and 60s. So, you know, Mad Men era, right? My mom met RFK. Shook his hand. He came through. He was when he was politicking. He came through our hometown in Indiana, and she got to shake his hand. She said, and it was like, I don't know how long it was before he was, you know, assassinated. Shortly thereafter, but she said his face, his eyes just looked sad. You know, lost his brother and everything. There's an airport up here somewhere. 30 miles. We got another 12 miles. So, I mean, you can't trust anybody that goes into politics. I mean, some people might get into it, grassroots, true believer, but they're usually not very powerful. If you find a politician that doesn't have any power in Washington, it's probably because he's probably a halfway decent person. And maybe they don't last more than 1 or 2 terms in Congress. Yeah. My mom's 85. And when those, you know, when the politicians go politicking, you know, they have like the, you know, going down the line and all right, we're on the line. 22 miles, and we gotta go another 8. Where's that fucking airport? Let's see what the weather is. Mount Pleasant. This looks like a tiny little runway. Winds out of the north at 9 knots, so we're gonna have to enter a base. That road, let's start a base now. I think I see the runway in. I see the runway end identifier lights. REILs. long final. Give us time to get stable. I guess if you're a Kennedy, a file. I knew a guy who, a guy here who was in England when it was the day that the children get to take flowers to the Queen, and he was there with his kids and his family, and his kids got to give the Queen some flowers. And they didn't have any, so they picked it off some trees. She told him, the kids, because I see someone's been picking off my trees. I need some flappage in here. We're getting close. Oh, look, somebody wanted me to buy viewers. So tell me, Daniel, 23BS, do you like Flight Sim? I'm unstable. Work them throttles. Work them throttles. Alright. This is a short runway. Alright. Let's get your feet up. Get ready to get on the brakes. God damn it.
That was a harder landing than we like to see, pilot.
Shut up.
Transporter from dispatch. Clear the runway and taxi to parking.
What was it? 154. That wasn't that bad. It was better than last time. Daniel 23BS, man, how's it going? Are you gonna talk to me or what? Come in here selling stuff? Where you at, Daniel? Are you still here? Man, we were just trying to make a new friend. God damn it. Can't get to that thing. All right. Let's kill the powers.
Transporter, you can open the doors and begin the disembarkation.
Let's watch the money rain in. All right, where was I? Daniel. Who is this Daniel guy? Account created August 8, 2017. So he's been around a while. Daniel's been around a while. Look at that.
Transporter from dispatch.
Daniel
Another
won't be around
passenger mission
anymore.
completed. Thanks, and bye.
I scared him off.
Start your engine.
So look at that. We're at 1.5. Yeah, let's look and see what we need. Climbing the tree. Fucking bots, spammers. Come buy the shit from me. I don't need fucking viewers. I'll get viewers when I get viewers when I want viewers. If I want viewers, I'll stream every fucking day. If people want to come here, they can come here. If they don't want to come here, that's fine. I don't have any bots. Let's go by type because of regional. Looking for the regionals. Regional. GA. Regional. Here we go. Do they not have the six A's? It's all 6 B's? Well, that's brand new for 27 million. 26 million. So it's 2,600,000. So I need another million before I can even think about renting one of these guys. Oh, that's right. I've got 800,000 that's wrapped up in the rent of this thing. That when I turn it back in, I get that money back. So actually, we would be at 23. So we only need another, what, 600,000? I think I need to pee. Let me see if the A model is in here. Maybe they don't have it in here. DC. Yeah, I got it. They don't have any for sale. I wonder if... All right, I'll be back. I'm going to go pee. Let's see. We got to put the pee brake up. Pee brake's up. All right, then. Where's it at? Where's it at? There it is. Oh, it's all fucked up. There we go. Yeah, all right. Sorry about that. Oh, it's intense. Oh. Okay. Let's see if we can get. We're in a little shitty place, so let's see if we can find a decent job out of here. Let's put my other looking glasses on. There we go. Let's see where we at. What we doing? No. You know, it'd be a better thing to do if I go like this, go by destination, and then look and see if we have the same destinations. I mean, go by distance. Look for to the same distances, which I don't think we have it. Oh, wait. No. So this is going to be to double up. All right, let's go by passengers. Nope, nope. Ooh. Oh my God, 303 miles away. I don't want to fly that fucking far. Wait, what? KEOK. Oh, there's two of them. There's one with 29 people and 29 people, but one of them's got a heavier load than the other, making it worth a little more. Yeah, but you know that most people in the world are only 3 degrees separation. Vast majority. Well, I worked with a guy whose dad was a security guard at the White House when John Kennedy, when they brought the car back from Texas. They may have brought his body back too. So I worked with a guy. He was an air traffic controller, and his dad used to work in Washington. I don't know if he was a city cop or if he was a federal cop or a security guard or what. He wasn't like he wasn't Secret Service, but he was some police or guard capacity at the White House, and he was there during the Kennedy administration. He was there when they brought him back. Small world, man. It's like air traffic control, you know. It's like with in the FAA, there's at any given time, right, at fully staffed, there's supposed to be like 15,000 controllers in the entire United States. And a lot of these people mix and mingle at, you know, if they're in a union, they go to, you know, they meet people at the academy at different schools that people go to for different things. And then there's like, you know, union conventions and stuff where people go to mix and mingle and things like that. So you get to know people up and down the hierarchies of things. So somebody knows somebody from, you know, union reps especially. You get union reps together at a, you know, at some kind of convention, and they all get to know each other. And it's like, okay, I met this guy, I met this guy, I met this guy. So now, you know, all these little single union reps have met the next guy up, higher up, or even the you know, the president. They've all met him, and so, and he knows everybody, you know, going down. So, and each union rep knows everybody, you know, in their facility. So you're only a couple degrees separation from anybody. You know, and you throw throw the U.S. military in there, right? I know a guy who's I don't know if he spoke to her, if she just spoke to his kids, but he was in the presence of the Queen. Again, another guy I worked with, fucking air traffic controllers. Oh, we could take this flight, go to Festus, Missouri. Let's see, where is that from us? We got anything on the way there? That's time sensitive. That's 173 miles. Don't want to do that. You know what? Maybe I got an idea. Yeah, we're gonna exit NeoFly. I'm just gonna goof around, and I want to show you that DC-6. Where do we want to start from? We could test my computer. Let's see. God damn it. Get in there. Let's do the test. Let's go to LaGuardia. Air Atlantique. United. I've been to a Paul McCartney concert. It's slow. I pull it all the way back. It comes back slow. Oof. 35 frames? Oh my God. What have I done? Taking my computer to its knees. It's fucking LaGuardia. Let's give it time to cash up a little bit here. This is cargo. Maybe the A model is a cargo liner and the B model is a passenger. Yeah, frames are coming up now. Oh, shit. I gotta do something here. Control options. Bravo quadrant. 4-engine prop. Not that this matters. Well, that works. Let's see if I can remember how to start this thing. It's big. I just did this the other day. Ah, here we go. Yes, now it's all coming back to me now. Fuel boost pumps. Let's start with engine number 4. Boost. Prime. Wait, do I have my fuel selectors? Oh, idle cutoff. Oh, it's cow flaps. Where are my fuel selectors at? I can't remember. Fuck, I can't remember. Maybe I don't need them. Wait. Ah. There we go. All right. Boost. Prime. Start.
3, 6,
Look how smooth that is. Oh. Fucked it up. Oh, you know what I forgot? Let's see. Nope, that's on both. Okay.
three, 6,
I need to hold
9,
it.
12,
God damn it. All right, what am I forgetting? um Oh, maybe that's it. I can go far enough back with it.
three, 6, 9, 12,
There it goes. There's one. That fucking thing shake.
three, 6, 9, 12, three, 6,
Crack the throttle on that.
9, 12. Three, 6, 9,
It's pretty, isn't it?
12.
Hang on. It's a monkey trap. And it's fluffy little kittens. I'm gonna take a DC-6 up for a fly around New York. So, oh my god, my frames are so bad here. New York is the test of all tests. I don't normally have bad frames. I can't believe my frames are this bad here. It's embarrassing. 38? Jesus Christ. LaGuardia. Let me make it. I want to make it sunny because I want to be able to see. I think we might have a cloud deck. Oops, that's not what I want to do. It's morning there. Normally I put the airliner throttles on here because I don't have 4 regular throttles. Oops, there we go. She just wants to fly. Look at her, she's gonna come up on her own. She wants to fly. Let's go. All right, come on up. I don't even firewall it. She's got some speed now. the prop. They're all synced. I wonder if it's this plane. I can't believe this is. Of course, I haven't flown here since I installed the new computer. Jesus, 38 frames, 39. Central Park. I don't know if you've ever done it or not, but if you dial up Zillow and yeah, are you? If you ever dial up Zillow, which is, I don't know if they have it overseas or not, but it's it's one of the big real estate. There's too many trees there. It's one of the big real estate apps, you know, where it shows home listings, apartment listings, things like that. Like these apartments that are for sale in these buildings around here, like Central Park West, South, and even East, all the way around. It's fascinating. You can see pictures of these places and just, you know, what they cost, you know, where they're like $7-8 million, some of them. And, you know, if you're uber rich, it's really not a lot. If you're stupid rich, you know, you could win the lottery and buy one place. The problem is like, even if you bought the place outright, like let's say you got $8 million, you plunk down on a, you know, 3,000 square foot fucking apartment at one of these or one of these, you know, luxury old buildings down there. And I'm going to go live the New York life. And maybe I'll let, you know, family members come and stay or whatever. And I'm going to spend half my time here or something like that, right? The fucking taxes. That's where I'm talking. That's where you pay, like, you know, over $100,000 a year in taxes. I had a buddy. Actually, I still have a buddy. He lived in New York for a time, and he was somewhere in one of these apartments over here. He had an apartment. It was like just down the street from the UN, which is over there. Uh-oh. What's your speeds, buddy? Come on. Getting too steep in your turns here. That's one thing that I think would be. Actually, I saw an ad for like talking about it being a small apartment, but it was like fucking had a couple rooms. It was like a hotel suite is what it looked like, but it had a bathroom, it had a kitchen, small kitchen, but it had a small room, and then it had a bedroom, and so basically it was, very tiny, but it was like 20. What did I say? 2,100 a month, or maybe 2,700 a month. But it's like, shit, you could do that. Question is whether or not electricity is included. Well, they get you on one end or they get you on the other, right? We don't have a VAT. We don't have VAT tax. So we have, states have sales tax, but that can vary from state to state. But those are only, I think the worst state sales tax is like 10%. I don't know if we have any that go over that. Like Tennessee has a sales tax of 10%, but they don't have an income tax, I don't think, because they have the or they've got a very low income tax if they have one. Certain states like Texas, I don't know. Texas probably amped it up. I don't know what their state income tax is. Mine is fuck, I can't remember what mine is. I'd have to look at it. 4 with state and county, I think mine's like 4.15 or something like that. And then you have to pay federal income tax on as well. If I ever won the lottery, I think I'd like to go visit New York for an extended period. It's kind of a fascinating fascinating thing. Coordinate your turn. Don't lose altitude. We'll turn around over here and we'll see if we can land her at Newark. Where you at, Newark? Cut the power too much. It's the thing I don't like about Flight Simulator, which they've screwed up. And let me show you. There's Newark. So look at the tail, right? I'm assuming you know how trim tabs work. There's a rudder trim tab here. Here, let me freeze this. I'm gonna engage the trim tab. Now watch it. You'll see it move, right? So it's so if I give it left trim, right? So I want to trim, like say we lose the motors on the right, so it wants to turn, or it wants to turn to the right, so we need left rudder to counteract that. Got to turn this because you can't see it actually. So you can see the trim as I crank it over. See, the little trim tab moves, and what that's supposed to do is it moves the rudder this way to give you left rudder. So the trim tab goes the opposite way to make the rudder fly, you know, left or right. But the trim tab goes the opposite way, so it'll go left. But the problem is Microsoft Flight Simulator, they never move the rudder. The rudder doesn't move with it. It doesn't cause it to actually move. You have to move your feet. But here's the big problem, right? So let's see. Let's say if I go, I gotta be careful, follow this guy here. Let me center it up. So here's rudder trim here, right? So I'm gonna go full right deflection on the rudder. So that's as far as it goes, except you can take the rudder trim and you can get more deflection, which is wrong. Oops. Centered up. There we go. Because let's see if we trim for right, and I go, let's see if I can counter it with left rudder. Because that's wanting to give us right rudder, right? Oh, it went all the way around. So what's the furthest it goes? 7, 9, 10. Oh no, so it just keeps going. 15. Ah! Same goes for rudder trim, or I mean elevator trim. So if I start trimming this back, question is, can I fight it with forward pressure? No, see, look, we're climbing. I got full deflection, forward pressure. That shouldn't be it. You ought to be able to fight that. There needs to be extra space there so you can counteract it at the end. That's the one thing that I don't like about Flight Simulator. There's a couple airplanes that'll do it right, and unless they've changed it. But the Milviz 310 left you extra space in there so you could counteract it with a full deflection. Where'd that fucking airport go? Come on down, gear. Gonna go for 100 knots here. Alright, we got 1500 descent rate, so we can shallow that up here. Let's bring the powers up. Wish I had my other throttles up here. Nope, don't want to climb. There we go. Pitch for speed. Throttle for altitude. Let's do another notch of flaps. Get the nose down a little bit. There we go. This is pretty good. Good at 500 foot per minute descent. 100 knot approach speed. That's pretty good. Might be a little long. It's alright. We'll take that extra. We'll take that extra rate of descent. That's fine. Power off. All right, man. Yeah, hit the signs, hit the signs. Walk into them props. God, my frames are horrible here. I wonder if I need to test that with a reboot. Look how my head is, they're bad. Look at a chair, you get 44 frames at the chair. It's all them needles wiggling and shaking. Can't believe my frames are that bad, Jesus. I want to see something. Just goofing off now. Yeah, there you are. I need to go to bed so I can get up and cook for the kids. How come it's so heavy up front? Yeah, this is showing 40 frames too. Oops. I forgot to switch. Oh. Haven't flown this one in a while. I need to spend some more time in her. I want them to put out their other planes. They've done this one. It's like, and this was the best one. I want their 172 trainer. I want their command or their Cherokee Warrior. Maybe the Bonanza. Well, I know they were working on that. What was it? The that twin Aerostar, is it? They've been working on that for a long time. They had one in real life and they crashed it. Oh look, we can fly overhead and go to Connecticut. And you keep going, you can go to Rhode Island. Little crap states. Wee little states. They were states that were big and long, far away when you had to walk. They're talking about the two other planes. They're talking about bringing the old planes, bringing them to Microsoft Flight Simulator. They're talking about new planes that they haven't done before. That stupid water. That texture fold. Well, whatever they put out, I'll buy. remember one time, the first time I flew, let's see if it does it. Yeah. One of the first times I flew this, I about like to drove myself crazy. I accidentally like opened up a vent. I'm like, what's that sound? How come I can't get rid of it? And I finally found it. It's only like in the cockpit as far as spatially where it's at, because if I turn my head, it's still off to the left.
So it's not full 3D.
Nine. Hey. Look at this crap. See that airplane? That's not how I'm facing. I don't have money. I got enough people I'm supporting already. Sorry. Yeah, go ask Toad. See how much deflection this thing has. Let's see if we can fight the trim. So we're going to trim up, and we're going to fight it with the yoke. We're going all the way nose up. Yoke's getting heavy. Still holding it off. God, is it faster if I use this one? There we go. Look at that. Look at that. All right. They did it right. I got 100%. I got 100% trim up, right? And I've still got play in my yoke so I can push it over. This is what makes a great aircraft versus a mediocre aircraft in Flight Simulator. There's play in my yoke. I can fight. And of course, I've got this honeycomb yoke, so it's got those, those bungee cords in there, and I'm pushing against it to keep the nose down. Now let's try nose down and see what happens. So let's oh shit, get the pressure on there. All right, let's bring it down. All right, so now get to neutral. Well, it gets complicated overseas anyway. Okay, so now we're doing nose down, and I'm pulling back on the yoke to counteract the nose down. Because in a real airplane, if you have full trim, it's just a flap on the trim, or on the surface of the control surface that is using aerodynamics to deflect it, so you can fight it with your muscles. And they simulate this well by giving you another, some more inches basically before you get to full deflection. So I've got space in here where if I pull all the way back, I could still pull it up and do a stall. get her back to normal. This is perfect. And I think the Milviz 310 is the same way. So you have extra space in there. This is how to do it. And you saw on that the PMDG DC-6 wouldn't do that. I don't know if it's something that can be edited in an air file or not. But I don't know if you've ever flown Flight Simulator and gotten down to the bottom. You know, you had it. You didn't have any more. You know, you're slow, and you've got the yoke is full deflected in your back, and you still don't have enough flare, and then you can hit the trim, and it'll give you more authority, and it'll bring your nose up. And that's garbage. That's not how it works. I should make a video on this. I guess I just did. All I gotta do is clip it, right? Hey, I like people to buy me shit too. Subs, donations. Buy shit from me.
Yeah, I sell foot pedals if I ever get them all put together.
Keep talking about it. But I really don't have any put together to sell. I need to. I'm planning on having a lab day where I go in and I solder a bunch of them together. So let's see. Which cheap PS do I have up here? Controls. So confusing. There's so much here. 530, 530, and 540. Why does the airplane look that way? No cheap PS? So, what's my heading? So, oh. All right, did you see that? So my gyro drift. Wait, that's not it. Here we go. Oh, that's course. There we are. So my gyro drift, if the GPS airplane follows what the gyro says your heading is. So directional gyro, we align it with magnetic compass, and now the little airplane points the right way. I just learned something new. Good job. Yeah, I'm not a 750 kind of guy. Mostly because I want to build one of these. And I want to mount it right here next to this Might just mount it off the side. Or it might be its own little standalone unit. But this building one of these it would be super easy. The biggest holdup is just the design on how close. I already got the screen for it, although I need to put some. Let's see. No, did that work? Did I try that? No, I have not hooked this particular screen up yet and tested it, but I've tried other screens. So proof of concept, this pops out, right? You hit Alt and then click. Is it? Or is it? There it is. Right, Alt and click. So you pop this out, right? And you get an extra little tiny 5-inch screen and you plug it into, like, you know, I've got my video card, which runs all my other monitors, but you can take like the video output off your motherboard if your chip, which mine does, has a video chipset, and so I can make a fifth monitor basically and stick it off the side somewhere, and I can drag this over to it, maximize it, and then I can do an Alt Enter on it so it makes it full screen, and it works. I tested it, and then so that's your screen. And then as far as like making these buttons work for what they do, that's easy to do. The hard part is deciding how close to realism you're going to do. So functional wise, it's super easy to make with rotary encoders and these buttons and stuff. So I can make buttons that work. It's just like getting these things shaped, deciding how, and the size, getting dimensions and stuff. And then, again, it's always, that's always the hard part for me is where to draw the line. Do I go, like with this radio, there's a lot of functionality in it. It's kind of, looks a little somewhat realistic, but it's not exact. It's not like a Bendix King. It's kind of what I was going for, but it's not, there's a lot more detail that could be put into it if I want to go that way. I'm so happy A2A did that with the trim. Look, an airport. We got a Turner offer on that, or we got to listen to it all the way down? What is our max speed for the gear? I can't remember. Is there one? Oh, we ought to be there now. Bad, can you slip? 3,000 feet per minute slip. Look at that. Let's see if we got more rudder authority if we turn that right. No? Good, good. It does have does this have a, maybe it doesn't have a rudder trim, does it? Yeah, it does. I think maybe. Slip all the way over here for left base entry. I mean a right base entry. I'm abusing this airplane. Oh, he's riding that stall all the way down. Just at the cusp of it. All right, I think that's it. I'm going to go to sleep for about 6 hours. Thanks for stopping by, hanging out. Wouldn't be surprised if Club Class is still lurking in the background. Let's see, it's 5:30. I go to sleep, get up at 11:30. That will work. All right, catch you guys later.